Standing, die gehen um 12 Uhr dann raus. Da ist dann auch ein Deutscher mit dabei, Steffen Lemker, mit der Startnummer 32. Um 12:15 Uhr starten heute die Women Standing, also die Steherinnen. Die gehen es dann um 12:15 Uhr. Hinten drauf dann die visually impaired ab 13:15 Uhr, zunächst die Männer über die 7,5 Kilometer und um 13:25 Uhr dann der Sprint der Women visually impaired über 6 Kilometer. Startzeit 13:25 Uhr für die Women, die Men um 13:15 Uhr. Hier sehen wir auch wieder das Nachwuchsteam des SV Finsterau, das hier die Strecke inspiziert hat. Wir sind also jetzt in der Strafrunde, in der kurzen Strafrunde die 100 Meter für die Schlitten. Die Steher dann 150 Meter.
Guten Morgen from Finsterau. Good morning. Welcome to the penultimate day of action at the World Paranordic Skiing Championships 2017. This is the scene here in the Bavarian Forest this morning. My name is Rob Hayes. I'll be your commentator as ever throughout all of today's action. It's less sunny than it has been throughout most of this competition. We've had a bit of light snowfall this morning, fairly heavy snowfall overnight, which makes conditions very interesting, both for the athletes and for their wax technicians and coaches as well. Just makes things a little more uncertain underfoot. So it'll be interesting to see how the competition pans out today. It's the final medals to give out in biathlon, and it's over the sprint distance. The first two races we've got for you this morning, the men's sitting and the women's sitting races. The men's race will take place over 7.5 kilometres, the women's race over 6 kilometres. So it's going to be fast and furious with 2 visits to the shooting range as well. So this is the start list for the men's sitting competition. We've got multiple medalists in there from these World Championships already. Andrew Sol wearing 9 and Trygve Steiner Larsen wearing 10. Maxim Yarovyi is a 2-time world champion here in Finsterau in cross-country disciplines. First time we've seen him in the biathlon. Home favourite Martin Fleig wearing 12 is going for a hat-trick of biathlon world titles here on home snow. But 13, Taras Rad, the 17-year-old Ukrainian, may have something to say about that. This men's competition will be fascinating. So 3 laps of the 2.5 kilometre sit ski course here in Finsterau. Our course groomers have been working very, very hard to make sure that the conditions are as perfect as they can be for this World Championship final. Still, as we reach the closing stages of these World Championships, still hundreds of volunteers from the local community all coming together to put on this show, the biggest of its kind from this region, maybe excluding the Audi Quattro convention that they have each year here in Finsterau. It's a hive of activity here at the Ski Stadion Finsterau. We're a couple of minutes away from the start of the race. Remember, you can keep up to date with all of the live timings, all of the previous results and news as well on our website, www.finsterau2017.com. And there is an awful lot of content on social media as well. World Paranordic Skiing on Facebook. If you search that, you will find us. And you can get involved in the conversation with everybody else. We are delighted to say that we've been having between 45,000 and 50,000 views per day on Facebook. And lots of people using that opportunity to comment below their support for their favourite athletes and so on. So do join in the conversation there. Hashtag Finsterau2017. You can also use that on Twitter to find reaction pretty much as soon as some of the athletes cross the finish line. So if you're watching us on the live stream and you want to enhance your experience of these World Paranordic Skiing Championships, then please do use those different media outlets. Our Master of Ceremonies here at the Ski Stadion has been repeating the name Martin Fleig over and over again. How they would love for him to get 3 gold medals. So we're not far away from the start here. The first athlete to go will be Scott Mina of Great Britain, 27-year-old, Army veteran. He's also a mean rower, has won a few medals at international regattas last year. This is his first biathlon. Didn't take part in the middle distance or long distance biathlon events. He was just outside the top 12 who qualified for the semi-finals of the cross-country sprint. And that was a big field of 29 athletes. He finished 15th in the timings there, so he's pretty quick across the snow. And you'd expect with him being a former army personnel that he would be half decent with a rifle in his hand as well. So he starts off the penultimate day of action here at the World Paranordic Skiing Championships. Scott Mina of Great Britain, one of 13 men in this men's sitting field. The penalty loop is back. We got rid of it for the long distance biathlon. But this time, every missed target in the shooting range will result in 1 penalty loop, which is 150 meters. Number 2 is Colin Cameron from Canada. He was really good in the cross-country sprint, just outside the medals in 4th place. 5th in the middle distance biathlon, 7th in the long distance cross-country. Only into his 2nd year on the big stage of World Paranordic Skiing. This is his compatriot, Derek Zaplatinsky. 5th in the long distance biathlon, which was a very good performance from the 31-year-old. It's his best ever finish at a World Championship, Zaplatinsky, that 5th place, so he's competing well here in Finsterau. Be looking to challenge somewhere around the top half of this field again. Number 4 is Aaron Pike of the USA. Reached the semi-finals of the cross-country sprint. Was 4th in the long distance biathlon. Very good at the para-athletics as well. He competed in London 2012 Paralympic Games and Rio 2016. 5 is Kamil Rosiek of Poland, vastly experienced 32-year-old. Made his debut at the 2003 World Championships. Has only medalled once, but that was in this discipline 6 years ago at the 2011 World Championships. Silver there, so it's been a few years without a medal for Kamil Rosiek. Now this man is a World Championship debutant at the age of 36, but he's already picked up 2 medals here in Finsterau. It's Wei Hyun Sin of Korea, bronze in the middle distance biathlon, silver in the long distance. Enjoying a very good championships indeed. Zaplatinsky, there you see that the trees have got a light dusting of snow. The fog has cleared. It was very foggy when I arrived here at the Ski Stadion Finsterau around 9 o'clock this morning. But in the last hour, the fog has cleared. Number 7, Yevgeny Lukyanenko of Belarus. Took up the sport in 2009. Found it tough going in the middle distance biathlon. Was last in that particular competition. Now, number 8 is Maxim Yerovyi. He is the reigning world champion in the sprint biathlon, but he hasn't competed in any of the other biathlon disciplines here in Finsterau. He's been concentrating on the cross-country, and that has certainly paid off. He's won gold in the sprint and gold in the long distance so far, Yerovyi, here to defend his world title from 2 years ago. A few deep breaths for Andrew Soul of the USA. Silver in the cross-country sprint, so he is quick, Andrew Soul. 6th in the middle distance biathlon, 7th in the long distance biathlon. There's the bearded figure of Colin Cameron. And this is number 10, the ever-smiling Trygve Steinar Larsen of Norway. 2 bronze medals here in Finsterau so far, 1 in the long-distance biathlon and 1 in the cross-country sprint. So he's got a medal in the cross-country and a medal in the biathlon. If he can put together his sprinting ability with the biathlon ability from the long distance race, then he will certainly be a contender for a medal. There goes Andrew Soul. This is number 11, Dmitry Lobam. It's been a bit disappointing, to be honest, here in Finsterau. He came into this World Championships as the world leader in the middle distance biathlon over the World Cup standings. Finished 8th in that race. 6th in the long distance biathlon, 6th in the long distance cross country. Lobam's not really been up there challenging for the medals as we may well have expected, but this man certainly has. Martin Fleig of Germany. Surely he could not take away a hat-trick of biathlon world titles. That would absolutely bring the house down here at the Ski Stadion Finsterau. He uses these facilities here in Finsterau for training quite often. And at 27 is enjoying unparalleled success at these World Championships. This man will be out to stop him, though. It's 17-year-old Taras Rad of Ukraine. He's been the silver medalist behind Martin Fleig in both of the biathlon disciplines so far, but he is the world leader, calculated by points accrued on the World Cup circuit. So all 13 men are now underway. This is the man that got us underway at bang on 10 o'clock this morning, Scott Mina. I know he's been receiving some great support from back home in Great Britain. Family and friends watching on the live stream. Good morning to you if you are watching. And many of the spectators here in the stadium are watching this man, Martin Fleig. Absolutely phenomenal so far. Also got a bronze medal in the long distance cross country. So it's 3 podiums from 4 events, and he's been the number 1 spot in 2 of them. A clean sweep would be a magnificent feat. So Colin Cameron of Canada has made up some ground on Scott Mina of Great Britain. Just coming back round into the ski stadion to take on their first round of shooting. Just 2 rounds here, 3 laps. So after lap 1 and lap 2, they'll visit the shooting range. 5 targets to hit. Each missed target results in a penalty loop of 150 meters. So here's Colin Cameron. You see in the top right there the targets. They will turn white if they are successfully hit. Cameron just getting his breaths to steady himself. It's not the best of starts for Cameron. does have one on the board now, right down the centre. Can he use that to add a couple more? So it's 3 from 5. Missed the first 2, Colin Cameron, but a good recovery to get the next 3. But he will have to ski 2 150-metre penalty loops now before he can get back underway with his race on the second lap. This is Yevgeny Lukyanenko. And this is Martin Fleig. Remember, the athletes were released at 30-second intervals and are racing against the clock rather than against each other for course position. And the clock is factored by a percentage based on the athlete's level of impairment. So Martin Fleig is an LW 11.5 classified athlete, which means that his real time will be calculated down to 96%. Will be his calculated time. So 96% of his real time will be his calculated time. We can give you more information as to where athletes are placed after they've all completed their first lap. Then we can give you their split times based on the calculation to do with their percentages. This is Wei Hyun Sin. Been on the podium in both biathlon disciplines so far here in Finsterau. Seeking a good start in the range because the additional seconds from the 150-metre penalty loop can prove costly. Wei Hyun Sin is absolutely rattling these off. It's 3 from 3. Just a brief pause to make sure he gets number 4. Oh, and he's just missed the last one. So 4 from 5 for Wei Hyun Sin. And he's very keen to get straight into that penalty loop. Get that 150 metres out of the way. Look at this, right on the edge, Wei Hyun Sin. Trygve Steiner Larsen of Norway. Just negotiating the turns. Tucking in now to make the most of the flat and slightly downhill sections. Wei Hyun Sin is flying around that penalty loop. This is a sprint, but it's over 7.5 kilometres. That's a fair distance to call it a sprint. This is Maxim Yurovyi. We've not seen him with a rifle in hand here in Finsterau so far, but we know that he is incredibly quick across the snow. He's the reigning world champion, silver medalist in Sochi in 2014. But what kind of form is he in the biathlon here in Finsterau? He's in devastating form out on the course. This is his first visit to the range then. Andrew Soul is of the USA just in the background there. I think Yurovyi missed the first one, but steadied himself and recovered. And it's 4 from 5, so not a bad start at all for Maxim Yurovyi. Off he goes for one penalty loop of 150 metres. A lot of interest in this man, Martin Fleig. Each time he's been behind the number 1 spot on the stage at the victory ceremonies in the evenings here at the Ski Stadion Finsterau, he's looked like he can't really believe it. This is happening, Martin Fleig. Could a hat-trick of biathlon world titles happen? This first visit to the range will have a big part to play in it. So in comes Martin Fleig. I reckon that each of the targets he hits here will be greeted with a warm cheer from the couple of hundred supporters we've got at the Ski Stadion Finsterau. Crucial to get your breathing right, get your mind focused. There's number 1. It's a good start for Fleig. Just one breath in between each shot. 4 from 4. Perfect for Martin Fleig. An excellent first round in the shooting range. No penalty loops for Martin Fleig. He can get underway with his second lap and underway with the second lap of his quest for another world title. Impeccable start for Martin Fleig. As I say, once all of the athletes have been through their first round of the shooting range, we'll give you an update as to where they are placed. In the meantime, the women's race is getting underway very shortly. 6 athletes in this one, including 2 German medal hopes, Anja Wicker and Andrea Eskau. Got Oksana Masters in there of the USA. She's the world champion in the 2 cross-country disciplines that we've had so far here in Finsterau. Lidia Rafayeva is in there too. Gold in the middle distance biathlon, silver in the long distance biathlon for the Belarusian. So it's a very, very strong field in the women's race. First to go will be number 21, Christina Lorinc. 35-year-old from Hungary. It's her first major para-Nordic skiing championship. She's formerly a para-alpine skier and competed at the Rio 2016 Paralympics in rowing. Only seen her once so far, Lorinc, and she finished 6th of the 6 athletes, these 6 athletes in fact, in the middle distance biathlon, way back when on day 1 of competition, which seems like an absolute eternity ago. But each day has been jam-packed with great racing. And we've got lots to come still today. That's 23, Lidia Rafayeva. She's awaiting to go. Sini Pierre of Finland. You just heard the beeps there. She is away and starting her race. But Rafayeva, also a bronze medalist in the cross-country sprint. So she's quick. She's good in the range. She's doing very well in the World Cup scene this season. 31-year-old had never won a major international medal before these World Championships in Finsterau. She now has 3. I think it's going to be 3 from 4 in this race in terms of medalists. I think Christina Lorinc and Sini Pierre, who have already gone, will have to have the race of their lives to get near the medals. Andrea Eskau of Germany, what a popular figure she is. Bronze in the 6-kilometer sprint biathlon 2 years ago in Cable. She's the reigning Paralympic champion, Andrea Eskau. Been on the podium in everything but the long distance biathlon so far at these World Championships. So Eskau is still performing at the very top level. Number 25 is Oksana Masters. Now, she missed the medal ceremony for the long distance cross country 2 days ago through illness. It was a day off of competition yesterday, which I'm sure she'll have used to try and recover, as well as getting in the necessary amount of training. So it'd be interesting to see what kind of shape Oksana Masters is in for this race. And this is Anja Wicker. Gold in the long distance biathlon, silver in the middle distance biathlon. She's been the best performer on the World Cup circuit this season. And the home favourite is right in contention for the top 3 spots in this race. So Anja Wicker was the last lady to start this women's sitting sprint. This is her compatriot, Andrea Eskau. She won 5 World Cup races at Western Center, Ukraine last month. The ability combined with the drive to continue succeeding is phenomenal from Andrea Eskau. So here is the split times after the first lap of the men's sitting race. Taras Rad is 0.2 seconds ahead of Martin Fleig. Those two could not be closer. Maxim Yurovyi, the reigning world champion, is in third place after the first split. Andrew Soll is going very well for USA in fourth, just outside the medals, as is Aaron Pike. So 12 is Fleig, 13 is Taras Rad. Those two almost inseparable. Don't be fooled by the fact that Taras Rad is going past Martin Fleig. They're two different classifications of athletes. So Taras Rad is LW12, so his real time is his calculated time is 100%. Martin Fleig's is 96%, so it's all against the clock. Yevgeny Lukianenko is coming into the range for his second of two shooting rounds. Lukianenko, bottom of the pile after the first round, mainly due to the fact that he shot the worst of the lot. 3 penalties, so 3 additional 150-meter penalty loops added to his race, which has cost him the time, which has left him at the foot of this competition. It's 2 from 3 so far for Lukianenko. If he can get 4 out of 5, that will serve him much better. Yeah, just a 1 penalty this time for Lukianenko, so a big improvement on his first round. Just 1 loop of penalty, 150 meters. And in comes Martin Fleig, following Trygve Steiner Larsen, and there in the background 13, Taras Rad. Between Fleig and Rad. It's interesting, the approach to the shooting range. Some athletes want to get there as quickly as possible. Some just take a couple of seconds to try and transport their focus from the physical exertion of the skiing element of the biathlon back into the mental focus of the shooting section. Needs to shoot well again, Martin Fleig. 5 from 5 in the first round. Pressure is on. It's 3 from 3. It's good from the home athlete. 4 from, if he can get 5 from 5, it is all about the pace on the last lap. It is perfect. It's 10 from 10 in the shooting range from Martin Fleig. He could do no more, and away he goes. 2.5 more kilometers for Martin Fleig and Taras Rad in this men's sprint biathlon. It's almost a direct head-to-head for the world title. As soon as all the split times are confirmed after that second lap of the men's race, we will bring them to you and let you know exactly who is where. Andrea Eskau coming into the range, as is Oksana Masters there, number 25. I think they've got a few more meters to ski first before they reach the ski stadium. Again, 2 different classifications of athletes. Andrea Eskau LW11, so her real time will be factored in at 94% to get her calculated time. Oksana Masters is LW12, so she is her real time is her calculated time. It's a 100% factoring for her. So again, the positioning on the course not really important. It's more about their positioning on the timing board. So Masters and Eskau coming in to the stadium area again. I can bring you an update from the top 2 in the men's sitting race. Taras Rad has opened up a small advantage now over Martin Fleig. It's 3.7 seconds the difference after the second lap. So Martin Fleig has got 3.7 seconds to make up on Taras Rad to try and get a hat-trick of gold medals. Andrea Eskau. First visit to the shooting range for her. The reigning Paralympic champion. As ever, she starts shooting down the middle. She's had a couple of misses. And it's only 2 from 5 for Andrea Eskau. A little shake of the head as she gets herself back upright. She's going to have to ski 3 laps of the 150-meter penalty loop, Eskau. So not the ideal start for her. That's Andrew Soul of the USA. And this is his compatriot, Oksana Masters. She's just completed her first round in the range as well.
Eskau auch in der Strafrunde kreiselt und Masters ebenfalls die Nummer 25.
Anja Vicker is coming into the range. She would love to take a second world title away with her, the 25-year-old. Wonder if her and Martin Fly can be Germany's golden pairing again. They've started each day of the biathlon competitions here in Finsterau in perfect style from a home nation perspective. How is Anja Vicker with the rifle? Off target with the first one. That's better. Good recovery. She's instantly put the first miss out of her mind. 4 from 5 would be good. It's a great recovery from Anja Vicker. It's a solid start for Vicker. We've got some men finishing the seated race. It's Wei Hyun Sin wearing 6 and Colin Cameron wearing 2, both crossing the line. So it really is a sprint. It's fast and furious in the biathlon. Has Wei Hyun Sin done enough to get somewhere near the medal positions? This is them digging deep. They're actually both the same classification of athlete, LW12, and Wei Hyun Sin made up a lot of ground on Colin Cameron. Aaron Pike has also finished in the men's sitting race. 23:06.5 is the time to beat, but Rad, Flag and Yarovyi were all ahead of Pike, as was his compatriot Andrew Soul. Here's another one of Team USA's Paranordic skiing competitors, Oksana Masters. This is the state of play after the first round of shooting in the women's race. Sini Pia didn't actually start this race, so only 4 athletes in it. Rafaeva is in pole position after round 1, despite hitting a penalty. More finishers coming in. Number 9 is Andrew Soul. Had a lot of ground to make up to try and get near the medal positions. And Derek Zaplatinsky there of Canada also coming across the line. Soul's time has been clocked as quicker than his compatriot Aaron Pike, so Andrew Soul is now the man to beat, 22:59. That's Martin Flag of Germany. 3.7 seconds behind Taras Rad, the leader, going into the final lap. Number 7 finishing now is Yevgeny Lukyanenko. Over the line he goes. That will put him in 6th position. And finishing now is Taras Rad. Has he done enough to beat Martin Flag and claim a world title at the age of 17? We can only wait and we can only watch the clock. Taras Rad, 21:48.9. Martin Flag coming into the home straight now. He's got to dig really deep. I think it might just get away from him, Martin Flag. There goes Taras Rad's time. And Martin Flag will cross the line just behind the young Ukrainian. So the hat-trick of gold medals is not to be for Martin Flag. It's going to be silver. Big hugs on the line with Taras Rad. The 17-year-old finally beats Flag and gets his first world title. Next across the line, Dmitry Loban wearing 11, and then Maxim Yurovyi in 8. The reigning world champion will be the world champion no more. He has been usurped by the young gun from the same nation, Ukraine. Next across the line is number 10, Trygve Steiner Larsen. Well, I tell you what, if the timings are correct, then Maxim Yurovyi has actually flown around that last lap and has beaten Taras Rad to gold. Yurovyi was behind the top two at the start of the last lap, but we'll just wait for those to be officially confirmed. But I may have misled you there. It may be Maxim Yurovyi who is the world champion, who's defended his title. He was down in third at the start of the last lap. Oksana Masters just in the women's race, just steadying herself. She was second at the start of the second lap. Masters going okay, despite feeling a bit under the weather a couple of days ago. Her only biathlon medal so far at these World Championships came over the long distance, where she picked up a bronze. So she comes into the shooting range for the second of two visits. Masters. She was 5.9 seconds behind Lydia Rafayeva after the first lap of the 2-kilometer course. Off target with the first one on the left-hand side, but hits the second. Done well to refocus Oksana Masters and gets 4 out of 5. It's solid from Masters, 100 meters of the penalty loop for her to ski before she can embark on her final lap. But just going back to the men's race, and Maxim Yurovyi has pulled off a fabulous last lap to get ahead of Martin Flag and Taras Rad and defend his world title. When 17-year-old Taras Rad first crossed the line, I thought he'd got it. Didn't bank on Yurovyi being so quick on the last lap. Bring you official confirmation from the men's race as soon as we get it, but we'll concentrate on Andrea Eskau next in the range in the women's race. Had a tough start. Missed 3 targets in her first round. Be hoping for better. She's outside of the medal places, behind Anja Vicker, who currently occupies the bronze medal position. The time it takes to negotiate the penalty loop really does impact on the overall time. Eskau starts in the middle. This is a better start for her. Just as I say that, it's a missed target. And that's 3 from 5 successful for Andrea Eskau. So only 2 penalty loops to ski this time, but I think that 5 penalties overall in 2 rounds at the shooting range will put Eskau out of the medal places. Anja Vicker is very much in them. Just missed 1 target in the first round. Needs to shoot clean here because Rafayeva missed 2 targets in her second round. So Anja Vicker can make up some ground if she can shoot well. It's a better start than last time. She missed the first and got the remaining 4 in the first round. She's in the zone. She's established a rhythm. 4 from 4. 1 more. And there it goes. Excellent from Anja Vicker. Perfect in the second round. Only 1 miss in the first round. Off she goes with 2 more kilometers. So this is the moment that number 8 there, Maxim Yurovyi, crossed the line as a world champion once again. I don't know at that point whether he knew that he'd done enough. I certainly didn't, but there is confirmation that he made up an awful lot of time on that last lap. So quick from Maxim Yurovyi. He is the world champion for the 2nd time in a row. His compatriot Taras Rad, the 17-year-old, makes it a hat-trick of silvers. Martin Fleig of Germany on the podium once again. This time it's only bronze in the biathlon. World class from Maxim Yurovyi. It's the familiar red bobble hat of Andrea Eskau of Germany. Not enjoying the most successful of races by her very high standards. This lady is, though, Anja Vicker. At the first split time, she was in 3rd place, but having shot clean in the second round, she is now up to 1st. So Anja Vicker leading into the last lap of the women's race. 11 seconds ahead of 2nd place Oksana Masters. Lidia Rafayeva was in pole position after the first round, but she missed 2 targets in the second round of shooting, and that has bumped her down to 3rd place. So Anja Vicker, the new world champion in long distance biathlon. Silver medalist in the middle distance. On course for a 2nd world title here in Finsterau. Andrea Eskau. She pulled something truly special out of the bag in the long distance cross country a couple of days ago to sneak into bronze medal position by a second. But she's well down the road from Lidia Rafayeva here, who is in a comfortable bronze medal position. Bar any extraordinary mishaps, I think the top 3 will be Vicker, Masters and Rafayeva. It just needs to work out exactly what order. So here is the state of play after 2 laps. Anja Vicker out in front by 11.3 seconds ahead of Oksana Masters. And then further down the way, Rafayeva. And there you see Eskau. Her penalties have really caused her some problems to her time. These are the 2 German athletes in the women's sitting race. Enjoying contrasting fortunes this time. Andrea Eskau, the reigning Paralympic champion, but proof that things can change so quickly in biathlon if you aren't spot on the targets. We've got our first finisher, Lidia Rafayeva of Belarus. She was about 20 seconds behind Oksana Masters at the final split. That's an awful lot of time to make up over just 2 kilometers. Masters crosses the line very quickly just behind her. And with those two both being LW12 athletes, their times and their positions on the course will be directly comparable. So Masters 20 minutes and 56 seconds, Rafayeva 21:48. So nearly a minute behind. Anja Vicker there on the left of your picture. She's got a few more 100 meters to go. Oksana Masters really finished so quickly. We know how quick she is across the snow, having won the cross-country sprint. She's done everything she can to set the quickest time possible, to set the target for Anja Vicker to match. 20:56 is the time. That's Kristina Lorinc of Hungary. Finding it very tough, the 35-year-old. Was about 4.5 minutes behind fourth place Andrea Eskau. At the first split, I don't even think Lorinc has been through the shooting range for her second visit yet. Anja Vicker and Andrea Eskau, the two compatriots, almost side by side as they dig deep through the final stages of their race. Eskau has served a lot of penalty loops, which have put her well away from the heights that she would have been hoping to reach. No such trouble for Anja Vicker. Just one miss on the very first target of this sprint biathlon. It was 9 from 9 thereafter. Oksana Masters 20:56 is the time to beat. Vicker was 11 seconds ahead of her at the start of this final lap. We know how quick Oksana Masters is. Is she quick enough to close an 11-second gap over Anja Vicker? Sounds unlikely, it sounds improbable, but we are not far away from finding out. Well, Anja Vicker is coming through, and if that's the correct time on the screen, it would suggest that Oksana Masters has beaten her. Andrea Eskau is there, and they're going to finish. They're going to cross the line pretty much side by side. German flag waving in the crowd, bells ringing, warm applause, and a fist bump between Vicker and Eskau. Just got to wait to see what the clock tells us. Oksana Masters had 11 seconds to make up on that last lap. 20:56 is the time to beat. This is the moment that the two German athletes cross the finish line pretty much simultaneously, but chasing different targets in this particular race. And the times have been confirmed, and it is silver for Anja Vicker. So Oksana Masters pulled out a blistering final lap. There is confirmation. Masters was 11 seconds behind at the start of the last lap, and she has finished 27.5 seconds ahead of Anja Vicker. That is absolutely phenomenal from Oksana Masters, and she is the biathlon sprint world champion. Silver for Vicker and bronze for Lidia Rafayeva ahead of Andrea Eskau. Well, we've had some surprises this morning. Maxim Yurovyi overturned a deficit with a fabulous last lap to win the men's race, and Oksana Masters has done the same, but on a whole new level. The German fans in the crowd were wanting an Anja Vicker victory. She led going into the last lap. This is Christina Lawrence in that women's sitting race who is grinding out this sprint. It's tough. It's so fast-paced over the entire 6 kilometers. Silver again for Vicker as she got in the middle distance biathlon on day 1 of competition here in Finsterau. So this is the moment that Lidia Rafayeva crossed the line. Bronze medal. Couldn't really get anywhere near the top 2, but was ahead of Andrea Eskau after the 45-year-old German struggled. This is Oksana Masters. What a final lap from her to overturn an 11.3 second deficit. Well, we said she was quick, Masters. She's the cross-country sprint world champion. But that final 2 kilometers were blistering. No such tumbles for Oksana Masters. Anja Vicker led going into the last lap. Here she is on the left of your picture. And we waited, and the time in the bottom right of the screen when this was live suggested that Vicker was some way behind Masters. And I just had to wait to verify it because it would suggest that either Vicker had a slow last lap or Masters had a very quick one. But Vicker just could not handle the pace. Breathtaking stuff in both the men's and the women's sitting sprint biathlons this morning. Penultimate day of action here at the World Para-Nordic Skiing Championships, and still so much entertainment, so much drama, so many wonderful performances. Christina Lawrence has found this very tough going indeed. Lawrence is going around the penalty loop. These are the men's finishers. Andrew Soll wearing 9. Crossed the line in 4th place, just outside the medals. Derek Zaplatinsky there of Canada down in 10th place finally. This was the moment that Taras Rad crossed the line. The 17-year-old led throughout from Martin Fleig with Maxim Yarovyi in 3rd. And when Taras Rad crossed the line, he thought he might have done enough, but Maxim Yarovyi there, wearing 8 of Ukraine, the reigning world champion, the defending champion, pulled out a stunning last lap. So see Ukraine 1-2 in the men's race. Anja Vicker was also the victim of one of her competitors doing a flying last lap. She led going into the last lap of the women's race, but Oksana Masters was just too quick. So we've got the flower ceremonies from the first 2 races of the penultimate day of action. The men's sprint biathlon sitting and the women's sprint biathlon sitting. Flower ceremonies coming up in just over 15 minutes' time.
Nordic Skiing Championships 2017, Biathlon und Skilanglauf. Unterstützt durch Ihre Sparkasse Grafenau. Wir sind für Sie da, wann immer Sie wollen.
Lorenz haben wir also noch auf der Strecke und wenn die herin ist, dann warten wir noch ein paar Minuten, 15 Minuten, dann gibt es die Flower-Präsentation. Und dann, wenn die Jury sagt, wir können loslegen, dann die Präsentation Sitting Men and Sitting Women hier bei uns an der Sponsorenwand. Dann gibt es die Flower-Präsentation für das nächste Rennen, dann ab 12 Uhr Men Standing. Das spannende Rennen, dann die Women Standing, das sind also die Stiegerinnen, die dann um 12:15 Uhr starten und im Anschluss dann die Sehbehinderung Visually Impaired, dann ab 13:15 Uhr sind die dann raus, über die 7,5 Kilometer Man Visually Impaired und dann über 6 Kilometer ab 13:25 Uhr die Women Visually Impaired.
Para Nordic Ski Championships 2017, Biathlon und Skilanglauf. Unterstützt durch Knaus Tabbert. Wir bewegen Menschen.
Und die letzte haben wir auch im Ziel. Christina Lorenz aus Ungarn, jetzt reingelaufen und jetzt bitte fertig werden zur Flower-Präsentation. In a few minutes we're gonna start with the flower ceremony. The first two places, please get ready. The men sitting and the women sitting.
World Para Nordic Ski Championships 2017, Biathlon und Skilanglauf. Unterstützt durch Wimmer Wohnkollektionen. Natürliche Massivholzmöbel, nachhaltig produziert.
Meine Damen und Herren, wir legen in Kürze los. Wir warten schnell auf Oksana Masters. Sie bereitet sich noch vor für die Blaue und dann präsentieren wir hier.
Welcome back to Finsterau, the penultimate day of competition in the World Para-Nordic Skiing Championships. We've just had the men's sprint biathlon and women's sprint biathlon in the sitting classifications. Two unbelievable final laps from our world champions. And they will be presented with their mascots from these World Championships, Filu the Lynx, very shortly, and what we call the flower ceremony. The official victory ceremony later on this evening, where the athletes will receive their medals. That'll be at 6 o'clock this evening, of course on the live stream for you. We don't let you miss a single trick.
Okay, then let's start the ceremony, ladies and gentlemen.
It's a little bit grey here, but there's some snow dustings on the trees of the Bavarian forest here. That's the village of Finsterau, such a wonderful and welcoming host village for these World Championships. And many interesting spectators, as there have been throughout these championships, brilliantly supported.
Men sitting in all, ladies and gentlemen. Audience, please.
That man apparently is always number one.
With a big and great applause. Now for Finsterau.
So this is the top three from the men's sprint biathlon sitting classification. That man, Martin Fleig of Germany, 2 world titles in biathlon here on home snow. Couldn't make it a third. Could only manage third. Bronze is still brilliant for Martin Fleig. He is always very delighted to be a medalist. Celebrates like he's never won one before. Well, he hadn't before he came here to Finsterau. What a championships this man has had, and how wonderfully well his personality has come across and been received by the home nation and wider, I'm sure, for all of you watching the stream around the world. Martin Fleig, bronze medalist. It's a hat-trick of silvers for 17-year-old Taras Rad. Finally beats Martin Fleig in biathlon, only to find that his compatriot in the middle there, Maxim Yarovyi, went quicker. Rad led this biathlon after the first and second splits. But the last lap from this man was out of this world.
It's from the Ukraine,
Maxim Yarovyi, defending champion from Cable 2 years ago, was in third place as the last lap started, behind Rad and behind Fleig, but he adds gold in the men's sitting sprint biathlon, to gold in the cross-country sprint, to gold in the cross-country long distance. 3 world titles and counting for Maxim Yarovyi here at Finsterau 2017. That was some display from Maxim Yarovyi. So gold and silver for Ukraine, Yarovyi and Rad, and bronze for Martin Fleig.
Wir können auch gleich weitermachen. We will go on with the next competition. It's the biathlon sprint women's sitting.
Very picturesque. This is the Ski Stadion Finsterau, which is all ready and waiting for 4 more races we've got for you to come up on the live stream. Men's and women's standing and visually impaired sprint biathlon still to come. This is the flower ceremony for the women's sitting sprint biathlon. All smiles again for Oksana Masters of the USA. That's bronze medalist Lidia Rafayeva.
Representing that is Stefan Prosser from Paralympic. Let's start with the bronze medalist. Representing Belarus, Lidia Rafayeva.
It's 3 medals of 3 different colours in biathlon for Rafayeva. Gold in the middle distance, silver in the long distance, bronze here in the shortest of the 3 distances, the sprint. Also a bronze medalist in the cross-country sprint, Lidia Rafayeva.
Super time, the silver medalist representing Germany, Anja Wicker.
Anja Wicker, popular as ever, silver again for her.
Deutschland, Anja Wicker.
World champion in the long distance biathlon here in Finsterau. Silver in the middle distance and silver in the sprint as well. She led by 11 seconds going into the final lap, but this lady turned that right around. What a final lap. She shakes her head. She can hardly believe it. I couldn't believe it when the times came in. I was questioning the official timings. The last lap was that quick by Oksana Masters, and there she is right in the middle as the world champion of the women's sitting sprint biathlon to add to her world title in the sprint and long distance cross country races. 3 world titles now for Oksana Masters here in Finsterau. No doubt she'll try and make that 4 tomorrow when the middle distance cross country races conclude these world championships. Unbelievable from Masters. Silver for Wicker, bronze for Rafayeva. So the next racing coming up for you here in Finsterau will do so at around about midday. The men's sprint standing biathlon will start at 12 o'clock. So whatever you're doing with the rest of your morning, do enjoy it. And we will see you just before midday Central European time.
Ganz viele Leute hier bei uns im Stadion. Also 13 KP im WM-Stadion. Unsere 67 Mädels vom SV Finsterau sorgen dafür, dass hier keine Kehle trocken bleibt. Und wir sehen uns dann wieder um 12 zum Men Standing, Women Standing und dann auch mit Spannung erwartet die visually impaired, die Men und die Women, die wir dann ab 13 Uhr hinaus auf die Strecke schicken.
Paralympic Winter Games 2017, Biathlon und Skilanlauf. Unterstützt durch Ihre Sparkasse Finsterau. Wir sind für Sie da und immer noch Sie wollen.
you know you have everything done, you know I have everything done, you know I have everything. I turn properly, knees are good, sitting is good. So, okay, let's go to the start line and just have what I know to do. You can't that's a process. That's a process you have to learn how to do that. Some people go easier and some people have a long time. When they get it, boom, they're there. We're not quite there yet. So look at that. We never ever had the real training camp situation that we can say, okay, today we're focusing on this. Okay? Today we're focusing on this. And then you do it until it's loud. You do it until it's loud. And then probably starts doing things there. You have to think about this. Right? And we change something on this leg, or we change something on this leg, and then we're working another 100 meters. Okay, focus on this. Focus on this. Focus on this. Until you know.
Ik hoor het niet bij de.
And then you're confident and you're starting to realize what you have to do in order to get to that ideal performance mind. I know I did everything right. Give me the start lane, and I'm going.
Sorry, just let me know. Am I not listening?
Yes, it's not that you're not listening, right?
So I am
On you're listening, but you still have inside you, you have too much going on. And you have to kind of
give it up.
slow down. And be, okay, make the decision.
So am I slowed down?
Right now you're slowing down.
Might
When
be
we were
slowed down.
talking about the gun, you were up here. You were not, okay, step.
Why can't I be like just
Okay, how do you eat an elephant?
sit little by little?
Bite by bite. If you bite off too much, what do? You choke. Because your mouth is too full, you can chew. This is exactly how the sport works. Little pieces, little pieces, little pieces, little pieces. And they have to fall in place, and then you can say, I'm ready. Okay? That's what it is.
Just chill.
Chill, baby. Just chill.
Nepevná dálka, Tomáši. To bylo úplně neskutečný.
Prosím tě, s těma vystřeštěnýma očima se to zdá dvojnásobek, než to ve skutečnosti je, mámo.
Ski Championships 2017, Biathlon und Skilanglauf. Unterstützt durch Hand. Ihr zuverlässiger Meisterbetrieb im Sprengelhandwerk. Nordic Ski Championships 2017, Biathlon und Skilanglauf. Unterstützt durch gemeinsam Weltmeisterschaft. Championships 2017, Biathlon und Skilanglauf. Unterstützt durch Heide, Fenster und Türen für Profi.
Ladies and Gentlemen, langsam Mittagspause beenden. Wir sind schon wieder ready, wie wir sagen, für den nächsten Wettbewerb. Es geht weiter mit Men's Sprint Standing. In ziemlich genau 9 Minuten und 30 Sekunden geht hier der erste raus. Owens aus Großbritannien wird hier den Wettbewerb eröffnen. Vorher haben wir schon die Men and Women Sitting. Und da haben wir zweimal Edelmetall für Deutschland. Vielleicht klappt es diesmal auch. Ist zwar eine hohe Bürde, die wir dann rausgeben, aber er wird das erste versuchen. Stefan Linke ist jetzt dabei mit der Startnummer 32 wird er rausgehen. Biathlon Sprint heißt auch in diesen Tagen, meine Damen und Herren, es gibt zwei Schießanlagen und zwar auf diese Ziele dort vorne. Trefferfläche 15 mm, zweimal ohne Nachladen logischerweise. Und ohne Strafminute. Heute gibt es Strafrunde. In diesem Fall ist es die lange Runde, die wir laufen. 150 Meter. Vorhin waren es 100 bei den Schlitten. Bei den Standings sind es 150 Meter, die zu gehen sind. Pro Fehler eine Strafrunde. Parallel zu uns läuft auch noch die alpine Skiweltmeisterschaft in St. Moritz, der Slalom der Damen. Gerade ist vorhin der erste Durchgang beendet worden und momentan sieht es aus, als wenn auch hier Gold an die USA gehen könnte. Vorhin hatten wir schon Oksana Masters hier bei den Schlitten, bei der Nordic Ski-WM hier in Finsterau mit der Goldmedaille. Die Kollegin aus der Abteilung Ski Alpin, Michaela Schiffrin, die probiert es drüben in St. Moritz in der Schweiz. Schiffrin führt also nach dem ersten Durchgang vor der Lokalmatadeurin Wendy Holder, die Schweizerin ist also zweite, und Veronika Veles-Susulova, die Slowakin, auf dem dritten Platz nach Durchgang 1. Gute Nachricht aus dem deutschen Lager, Lena Böhl, sie ist gut dabei und nimmt den zweiten Lauf als 10. Platzierte im Angriff, hat also durchaus noch Chancen, vielleicht sogar Richtung Top 5.
World Paralympic Ski Championships 2017, Biathlon und Skilanglauf. Unterstützt durch die Verbund. Hier geplant Kugelwagen-Messtechnik.
Wir schauen uns mal die Startliste an für die Abteilung Men's Sprint Standing. Also abends wird das eine eröffnen mit der Nummer 31. Dann kommt Linker, Stefan Linker mit der 32. Geht hier mit Handicap-Faktor 96 rein. Es ist ja das Besondere bei dieser Paralympic Ski-WM. Jede Athletin hat einen sogenannten Handicap-Faktor, der dann an die Zeit noch angerechnet wird. Je höher der Grad der Behinderung, desto mehr wird wir also Echtzeit, die also mit 100 unterwegs sind. Die sind Real-Time, andere haben einen Handicap-Faktor, der dann mit der Zeit, mit der effektiv gelaufenen Zeit multipliziert wird. Und der gibt dann erst nach einer gewissen Umrechnungszeit die Lauf-Endzeit.
Also Aus startet mit der 1, Handicap auf der 95, dann kommt Steffen Linke, 32 mit 96%. Dann die Startnummer 33, Juha Hakonen, ja, wiederum 97% und so weiter und so fort. Zum Beispiel da mit der 34 PyeongChang aus Weißrussland hat die Umwälzungsfaktor 96. Startnummer 35 ist dann Vital Skupien aus Polen, 36 Sergej Romaniuk aus der Ukraine, 37 ist Vitali Sütnik, die 38 Kenji Sato aus Japan, 39 ist Gregory Dovczynski aus der Ukraine, momentan im Weltcup auf Platz 4 notiert. Mark 1 startet dann mit der Nummer 40 der Kanadier, Weltcup aktuell auf Platz 5. Dann Igor Ratjuk aus der Ukraine, im Gesamtweltcup Biathlon bisher auf Platz 3. Nils Ulset mit der Startnummer 42, Weltcup Zweiter, Handicap-Faktor für ihn übrigens 89. Und dann der Weltcup führende und Top-Favorit aus Frankreich, Benjamin Davier. Er ist also sozusagen der Martin-Forecast der Paralympics, Benjamin Davier aus Frankreich. Deutliche Führung im Gesamtweltcup bisher für ihn. Und Davier startet mit der Nummer 43. Nach einer kurzen Pause, in 9 Minuten, gehen dann die Mädels raus, also die Women's Standing. Das wird dann eröffnet von Vanessa Baumann aus Weißrussland, gefolgt von Brittany Huber aus Kanada mit der Startnummer 52. Startzeit für die Women's Standing 12:15 und 30 Sekunden. Und hier sind das Vorläuferteam des SV Finsterau, Petra Fuchs und ihre Jungs und Mädels, das Nachwuchsteam, die jetzt hier die Strafrunde und die Runde überhaupt mal getestet haben. Der Nachwuchs von SV Finsterau.
World Paralympic Championships 2017, Biathlon und Skilanglauf. Unterstützt durch die Sportvereinigung Grafenau.
Welcome back to Finsterau, the home of the 2017 World Paranordic Skiing Championships. The penultimate day of action here in the Bavarian Forest. It's all about the sprint biathlon. There is the village of Finsterau. A dusting of snow overnight and a few flurries this morning, but nothing really that will trouble our course officials too much. We've got 2 more races coming up for you in this next section of the live stream. It's the men's and women's standing sprint biathlons. This is the start list for the men's competition. Some very strong competitors in there. Many of these athletes have already medalled here in Finsterau. Mark Aarons there of Canada, world champion in the middle distance biathlon. Dovczynski's been in and around the podium pretty much throughout. Benjamin Davier there of France, gold medalist in the long distance biathlon. Niels-Erik Ulset, handful of medals for him, and Igor Ratjuk got gold in the cross country sprint. The French tricolor is flying for Benjamin Davier. His gold in the long distance biathlon was his first individual major gold medal. He was also part of the French relay team that won gold in the open relay. The women's start list looks like this. Momoko Dekijima in there for Japan, a silver medalist in the long distance biathlon. Eureka Abbey picked up bronze in the middle distance biathlon, also for Japan. Irina Bui, Yulia Batenkova, Lyudmila Lyashenko. Neither of those three are strangers to the podium. And completing the list, wearing 61, Alexandra Kononova, the reigning world champion. She came here to Finsterau to defend 6 world titles, has successfully defended 2 of 4 so far. So fresh snow means new snowmen. They all look a bit grumpy. German flags lining the sidelines. No real interest for the home nation in the women's standing race, but Stefan Lemke goes second in the men's sprint. A reminder that the athletes will be released in 30-second intervals and will be racing against the clock to post a calculated time that is based on a percentage of their real time that is calculated based on the level of impairment that each athlete has. So it's midday here in Finsterau, and that means we can start our next race. Terry Aarons of Great Britain will start us off. 47 years of age, the former army serviceman. First competed on the snow at the Winter Paralympic Games back in 1998. This is Germany's Stefan Lemke. He made the athlete's oath at the opening ceremony. So he was in action before any other athlete here in Finsterau. Reached the semi-finals of the cross-country sprint. So he's pretty quick over a shorter distance. Number 33 is Juha Haakinen of Finland. Away he goes, 42 years of age, only really been competing on the main international stage since Sochi in 2014. Finished 12th in this race at the World Championships 2 years ago. Sergei Silchanka of Belarus. His best ever finish in a sprint biathlon came way back when at the World Championships in 2005. This is his 16th season in major international competition. 45 years of age, Sergei Silchanka, so some experienced men in this field. This is Witold Skupian of Poland. Got his first ever major international medal in the cross-country sprint. It was the colour silver. Another very quick man. 3 laps of the 2.5 kilometre course here in Finsterau. 7.5 kilometres in total to cover. Plus a few more if you miss any targets in the shooting range. 150 metres for each penalty loop. 36 is Serhiy Romaniuk of Ukraine, 21 years of age. His best finish so far here in Finsterau, 7th in the long distance biathlon. Good experience for him on the big stage, and good experience to be part of what is an imperiously strong Ukrainian team. Here's one of his teammates, Vitaly Sitnik. His best ever finish on the major international stage was 6th in this race at the World Championships in 2013 in Sweden. 7th, 8th and 8th in the 3 races that he's competed in so far, Vitaly Sitnik.
Favoriten, also hinten drauf, von Nummer 39 bis 43.
Next is Keiichi Sato of Japan. Just outside the medals in both biathlon races so far. 4th in the middle distance, 4th in the long distance. Can he get himself on the podium over the shortest of the 3 biathlon disciplines? '39 is Grigory Vovchinski. 2 bronze medals, 2 4th places. Vovchinski, he's always there or thereabouts, the 28-year-old. Silver medalist at the World Championships in 2013. His wife, Alexandra Kononova, will defend her sprint world title shortly. Well, she'll attempt to defend it, I should say. This is Mark Ahrens of Canada. World champion in the middle distance biathlon, silver in the long distance. He will be right up there. The 2013 world champion, silver medalist in Sochi in 2014. A little off the pace in 6th at the World Championships in Cable 2 years ago. 41 is Iho Reptyuk. Hasn't medalled in biathlon here in Finsterau, but is the world champion over the cross-country sprint. Wearing, as ever, his black outfit with the yellow pattern on it. He's quick, Iho Reptyuk. He's only 22. Former World Championship bronze medalist. Niels Erik Ulset of Norway. Multiple World Championship and Paralympic medalists in this event. His best was silver in 2011, Niels Erik Ulset. And last but not least, Benjamin Davier, the informed man in the World Cup competitions this season so far. The Frenchman has tasted what it's like to be a world champion individually over the longer distance. Silver in the middle distance, gold in the relay. Going for gold again here after finishing in 2nd place. Silver medal in Cable 2 years ago for Davier. So all of the competitors in the men's standing sprint biathlon are out on the course now. 3 laps of 2.5 kilometers to cover. 2 visits to the shooting range interspersed after lap 1 and lap 2. There is Benjamin Davier. Lemke of Germany will of course be well supported. Not particularly partisan, the home crowd. They do get behind their home athletes, but they also are very appreciative and very supportive of each and every single one of these World Championship finalists. So Lemke is the first man into the shooting range. See how he gets on. 5 targets to hit. Each missed target will mean that you have to cover 150 meters of the penalty loop each time. Lemke gets the first but misses the second. Off target with the third as well. Gets number 4 and gets number 5, but Lemke will now have to negotiate 2 laps of the penalty loop, so 300 meters further to ski, which of course inevitably adds time onto your calculated time. Next into the range, number 34, Sergei Silchanka. Behind him, Juha Harkinen also arriving. In comes Selchanka. He'll shoot from right to left. Doesn't matter which order you take the targets in. It's 3 from 3 for Selchanka. This is a good start. Missed the 4th, but got the 5th. So just 1 penalty loop for Sergei Selchanka. A solid opening round for him. There's Benjamin Davier. In terms of World Cup performances so far this season at the meets in Finland and Ukraine, he is the man to beat. There goes Stefan Lemke. He's completed his penalty loops. He's on his way to embark on lap number 2. Just in front of him, Terry Ahrens. Selchanka, the quickest of the 4 men that have been through the shooting range so far. 7:33 for him. It's Mark Ahrens of Canada. He will very much be in the hunt for gold. But there's little room for error in the sprint biathlon. There are only 2 visits to the range as opposed to 4 in the middle distance and the long distance. So each missed target effectively counts for double the punishment. You can maybe make up the time if you make 4 visits to the shooting range. 5 laps over which to make up the time. Here, every single one of the 10 targets that these athletes shoot at is absolutely crucial now. Mark Ahrens, just under 6 minutes to complete the first 2.5 kilometre lap. Got to get himself mentally focused, steady himself physically, and be deadly accurate. It's a good start, shooting from right to left. Just a brief pause before number 3, but it was worth taking the time. Full house for Mark Ahrens. Perfect start for the 26-year-old. Off he goes for another 2.5 kilometres. Strong start for Mark Ahrens. That's Niels Erik Ulset of Norway. Won't be far off the medal places, I wouldn't imagine. Grigory Vovchinsky wearing 39. 37 is his compatriot from Ukraine, Vitaly Sitnik. And now in comes the world leader, Benjamin Davier. He's converted his performances in the World Cup into gold in the long distance biathlon and silver in the middle distance. Just takes a few breaths. For settling himself in. Mark Ahrens shot a full house, as did Igor Repchuk, who currently leads this race. It's good from Davier so far. Firing them off very quickly. And it is 5 from 5 for the Frenchman. No room for error. And no errors whatsoever from Benjamin Davier. Off he goes for his second lap. Just wait to see on the timing board exactly where that puts him. Niels Erik Ulset also exiting the stadium area of the course. It's Witold Skupian, 35. Sergei Romaniuk wearing 36. So here we have the times after the first lap and the first visit to the shooting range. Benjamin Davier leads Ihor Repchuk by 4.7 seconds. Mark Aarons in bronze medal position, just a second further behind Repchuk. And he has about 14.5 seconds gap then to fourth place Niels Erik Ulset. So the top three at the first marker, Davier, Repchuk and Aarons. We saw the women's race preparing to start in the next 5 minutes or so. Wovchinski coming through. He is in 5th place, wearing 39. Number 37 there is Sitnik. Well outside the medal positions. Mark Aarons certainly isn't.
Ich sag mal ganz klar, Ahrens wird uns dabei sein. Und dann ist uns Davier, Repchuk nicht zu vergessen, Wovchinski.
Stefan Lemke, 11th of 13 after the first round.
Unser Deutscher fällt die 32, Stefan Lemke, haben Sie vorhin gesehen. Der hat sich 2 Fehler erlaubt, hat also schon 300 Meter mehr in den Skiern. Hat 2 Strafen absolviert.
Waiting on the start line there is the first competitor in the women's sprint. Larissa Varona of Belarus. Away she goes. Was 5th at the World Championships in 2013. 34 years of age now. 6 medals in World Championships and Paralympic Winter Games.
Da kommt der Regime aus Japan mit der 57 und dann die Ukrainerin gebaut.
Stefan Lemke of Germany arriving for his second visit of 2 to the shooting range. As I say, going round in 11th ahead of Juha Harkinen and Terry Aarons. Shake of the head from Lemke. He's missed 2 of his first 3. Gets number 4. Number 5 is good as well. 3 out of 5 for Stefan Lemke. So 2 laps of the penalty loop. Another additional 300 meters onto his race distance. About ready to start her race in the women's standing sprint is number 54, Bogdana Konashuk. Her major championship debut at just 18 years of age. 7th of the 10 athletes in the middle distance biathlon on day 1. Hasn't competed since then, having opted not to race over the long distance biathlon. This is Witold Skupian, very quick indeed, silver in the cross-country sprint. Say that Skupian is better in the cross-country disciplines than he is in the biathlon, but if he can shoot relatively well, he has got the raw pace. Very deliberate from Skupian, taking his time after missing the first one. It's 2 from the first 3. You can see the white mark just outside the centre of the target there on number 4. Can he finish off with a successful 5th? He can't, so 2 from 5 for Witold Skupian. 3 penalty loops for Skupian before he can start his last lap. Benjamin Davier climbing Frenchman would dearly love another world title. It would take him to 2 individual and 1 team world title.
Ja, jetzt hat der Kamera 4 extra eingehauen, 600 Meter muss er jetzt extra laufen, 4 Fehler.
So very briefly flitting in a French tricolor.
Wie sieht's da aus? Also, wie schon vermutet, durch diesen Oberrichtungsstand der vom
Flying through the starters in the women's race. This is number 59, Yulia Batenkova.
6 Minuten 23, dann haben wir den Mann, der gerade im Haus ist, die 51.
Two-time world champion in sprint biathlon in 2005 and 2013. She has been competing at the top level for that long. Bronze in Sochi as well, Batenkova. In comes Benjamin Davier then. His second visit to the range. Not a mark on his copybook at the first visit. Needs 5 from 5 again if he's to be serious about his hunt for another world title. The heart will be racing more than it was before. Body will be more tired than it was before. And it's 4 from 5 for Davier. Could that missed target right down the middle put a dent in his world title hopes? That's the last of the starters in the women's race. Number 61, Alexandra Kononova, the world champion in cable 2 years ago. The world leader this season. But there are some very quick athletes in that women's final. 51 is Larissa Verona. She was the first to go in this competition. Her best finish in the sprint was 5th in the World Championships in 2013. There's Mark Ahrens wearing number 40. Who is now the race leader after lap number 2. So Mark Ahrens occupies pole position with just 2.5 kilometers to cover. Reptuk is the silver medal position holder currently. Benjamin Davier, with that penalty loop, is down to 3rd. That's Iveta Faron of Poland in the women's race, just 17 years of age, her major championships debut.
Wir warten gleich auf die Damen, auf die Women, die kommen jetzt als nächstes dann ran zum Schießen, sind ja vorne schon gestartet. Die Women.
Here comes Larissa Verona. First into the shooting range in the women's standing sprint biathlon. See how she gets on. Steadying her breathing before the first shot. Just one breath and then a pause before shooting. This is good from Verona. It's very good from Verona. Starting superbly, Larissa Verona. 5 from 5, away she goes for lap number 2 of the 2-kilometer course.
54 ist da, das ist Komaschiuk aus der Ukraine, der jetzt kommt.
So here's how it looks after the second and final round of shooting in the men's standing sprint. Mark Ahrens now has an 11.5 second lead over Igor Reptuk, and Benjamin Davier's penalty loop has bumped him down to 3rd, and Grigory Vovchinsky is only 8 seconds behind, with Niels-Erik Ulset occupying 5th place. So it will be the top 5, you'd imagine, that will contest the medals, with Silchanka then in 6th, way down on the rest of them. Here is Silchenko. He's just finished his race and now coming into the shooting range. Eureka Abe of Japan wearing 55. Bronze medalist in the middle distance biathlon on day number 1. Only 21, Eureka Abe. Mark Ahrens is digging deep to finish as quickly as he can. So too is Vovchinski, who's got an outside chance of a medal. But Mark Ahrens was leading into the final lap, and it's a big roar from the Canadian as he crosses the line. He certainly thinks that he's done enough. He's definitely done all he can, that's for sure. Stefan Lemke of Germany has just finished. Now coming in is Igor Repchuk, who just had a bit of a stumble as he tries to put everything in. Truly is a sprint. Igor Repchuk is down. He gave that absolutely everything. But it's not enough. He's 2.6 seconds down on Mark Ahrens, who will surely take away another world title. Only really Benjamin Davier that can stop him, but Davier was well down after the second round of shooting. Ahrens, 18 minutes 30 seconds. Perfect in all 10 targets in the shooting range. 2.6 seconds ahead of Igor Repchuk. Here comes Terry Ahrens of Great Britain. Warmly welcomed by the crowd here in Finsterau. That's Yulia Batenkova coming into the shooting range in the women's competition. The two-time sprint biathlon world champion. Just in the foreground is Lyudmila Lyashenko, the 23-year-old, who has 2 individual world titles to her name here in Finsterau already. Batenkova's the one that we're concentrating on in round 1 of the shooting. It's very deliberate. She does take her time, Yulia Batenkova. 3 out of 4. Really, really taking her time with the 5th one. It's worth doing so. 4 out of 5 for Batenkova, so 1 penalty loop for her to negotiate. Behind her, the reigning world champion Kononova. She's also on the penalty loop, so she must have missed at least 1. This is Benjamin Davier then finishing for France, digging deep, but I think that a missed target in the second round of shooting will put him outside the top 2. It does. He crosses the line as bronze medalist Benjamin Davier. So that means that Mark Ahrens is the world champion once again, as he was in the middle distance biathlon on day 1. Coming in to finish next is Keiichi Sato, who really struggled in the second round of shooting. Had to do 4 penalty loops, Sato, which will see him finish well down the field. 10th of the 12 men that have finished. The last to do so is this man, Niels-Erik Ulset. He was in 5th at the start of the last lap, Ulset. And indeed, that's where he does finish. So all of the men have finished, and Mark Ahrens is now a double world champion here in Finsterau. Igor Repchuk, silver for Ukraine, and bronze for Benjamin Davier of France. We'll bring you official confirmation with all the times very shortly. In fact, right now, there we are. Mark Ahrens the world champion, beating Ihor Repchuk by 2.7 seconds. And Benjamin Davier, with that one penalty impacting so heavily on his race, has to settle for bronze. Fourth for Wojcicki, fifth for Niels Erik Ulsen. So this is how hard Repchuk was working. Really digging deep until the last, and he knew that it was going to be fine margins to try and beat this man, but the celebration there from Mark Aarons says it all. He was turning around to look down the home straight to see who was behind him. Benjamin Davier, well, he crossed the line in bronze. He gave it all he could out on the course, but one miss in the range, and that ultimately put him out of contention for the world title. So brilliant racing in the men's standing sprint. We can now focus firmly on the women's race, and after the first lap, Ludmila Liashenko is the leader, Irina Bui in second, Eureka Abbey third, Dekajima fourth, and the reigning champion Kononova only good enough for fifth place after the first lap. Larissa Verona was the first athlete to go. She's approaching the range for her second round. She's completed lap number 2. 5 from 5 after the first lap. Going round in 7th place at the first split time, Verona. Let's see if she's got what it takes to go 5 from 5 again. Sharp shooting from Verona. One more and it'll be a full house. Ah, not quite. The look at her face says it all. She's going to have to ski one penalty loop, Verona. 9 out of 10 overall, though. As we saw in the men's race a moment ago, though, 9 out of 10 for Benjamin Davier. Meant it was only good enough for bronze. This is our leader, Lyudmila Liashenko. She was some 25 seconds ahead of compatriot Irina Bui after the first lap. Already a world champion in the cross-country sprint, in the long-distance biathlon, and in the mixed relay. She was silver medalist in the middle distance biathlon, bronze medalist in the long distance cross country. She doesn't really know how to enter a race and not finish in the medal positions, Lyudmila Liashenko. She was the silver medalist 2 years ago behind Kononova. Kononova, the reigning world champion, missed 2 targets in the first round and was down in 6th place as the second lap began. So in comes Lyudmila Liashenko. Perfect in round 1. How she would love another perfect round to set her up nicely for the final 2-kilometer lap. It started well for Liashenko. It started very well. One more for Liashenko and she is well on course for the world title. It's 5 from 5. And away the 23-year-old goes. 2 more kilometers to ski. And the world title is very much in her sights, Lyudmila Liashenko. Next in is Yulia Batankova. She was part of the same relay team as Liashenko that won gold in the mixed. Silver in the long distance cross country, Biathlon. One penalty loop in the first round. She's missed the second, Biathlon. Hits the third. In the background there with the pink rifle and the multicoloured headgear is Kononova. Biathlon is very deliberate in the range. It's 4 out of 5 again for her. Be very interested to see how Kononova did. Wow, she must have shot clean because she's off onto her next lap while Biathlon negotiates 1 lap of the penalty loop. So Kononova shot clean in that second round, but I think that the 2 penalty loops in the first round will be too much for Kononova to recover. That's Konoshuk of Ukraine. Physical education student at the Eastern European National University, just 18 years old. She'll be trying to take as much experience as she can from working with this lady and going up against her, Yulia Biathlon. World-class experience, but a little off the pace in this race. But there we are as we begin the final lap of the women's standing sprint biathlon. Lyudmila Liashenko has a 49.4 second lead over second place Irina Bui, who is only just ahead of the reigning world champion Alexandra Kononova. Looks like it may be a Ukraine 1-2-3 with Eureka Abe a further 1 minute down the road in fourth. So Liashenko is looking imperious for gold, and it will be between Bui and Kononova for silver, you would imagine, barring anything spectacular happening on the final lap. Petenkova in 7th. There's number 58, Irina Bui, just 21 years old. Couple of bronze medals so far here in Finsterau. So Emily Young of Canada, 8th place at the second split. 2 perfect rounds in the shooting range, Emily Young, so she's going well. 52 is Brittany Hudak of Canada. And that's Liashenko, the race leader, 60, right behind her. This is Konoshuk again. There is Kononova. Silver is realistically the best she can do in this race now after struggling in the first round of shooting with 2 penalties. Kononova is hunting down her compatriot Irina Bui. Konoshuk there is on course for her best finish at these World Championships. 5th as she started her last lap. She was 7th in the middle distance biathlon. So 5th would represent a very good World Championship debut in the biathlon sprint for Konoshuk. Petenkova behind Konoshuk and behind Dekajima in 6th. And there, Irina Bui wearing 58, Liashenko wearing 60. Remember, Bui started a minute ahead of Liashenko and is the same classification of athlete. So Liashenko going past Bui is for position. Liashenko is about 45 seconds ahead of Bui at the second split. I would suggest that that gap is growing and growing and growing as Lyudmila Liashenko cruises towards another world title.
die Japanerin. Und wer am Schluss ganz vorne ist, das werden wir nachher gleich sehen, wenn die Liste kommt. Die offizielle Liste.
It'd be her third individual gold of these World Championships, her fourth in total. Here they come into the home straight then. Lyudmila Lyashenko, wearing number 60, is welcomed into the ski stadion Finsterau, and she will cross the line as a world champion once again. Wonderful race from Lyudmila Lyashenko. A hat-trick of individual gold medals. In comes Brittany Hudak of Canada to finish. Now there is 61, Kononova. Has she had enough pace over the last lap to catch her compatriot Irina Bui and beat her to silver? Bui crossed the line at a similar time to Lyashenko. The times are just filtering through on our timing system. Next in is Emily Young of Canada. She has put everything into this. It's a sprint, but it's over 6 kilometers. It's really tough work. It's explosive. Alexandra Kononova comes in then. Time there from Bogdana Konoshuk is showing up as the lead, but just having a bit of a lag in taking in the time. So has Kononova done enough for silver? We're awaiting official confirmation of Irina Bui's time. They were very close together at the start of the last lap, Kononova and Bui. Kononova will not defend this world title because Lyashenko has stolen another one from her. '59 is Yulia Batenkova. She'll come in just past 20 and a half minutes.
Das ist die Julia Batenkova aus der Ukraine.
The experienced Batenkova. Must be tough, but also inspiring to see the younger generation of Ukrainian athletes come through the team. And Batenkova has shown in these World Championships that she's still good enough to compete with them. Perhaps doesn't quite possess the raw pace. So this was the moment right in the center there that number 60, Lyudmila Lyashenko, crossed the line as a world champion once more. A hat-trick of individual golds now for the 23-year-old in Finsterau. What a world championships she is having. Our timing system has now caught up and everyone in this field has finished. So Lyashenko is the gold medalist and Kononova did enough on that last lap to beat Irina Bui to silver. So it's Lyashenko gold, Kononova silver, and Bui with bronze. And there we have confirmation of it for you. In the end, Kononova managed to get 9 seconds or so ahead of Bui with a really quick last lap for silver, but Kononova sees another world title handed over to her teammate and compatriot Lyashenko. Bui bronze. Konoshuk completes the top 4 for Ukraine. 5th Eureka Abbey and 6th Yulia Batenkova. Another imperious display by Lyudmila Lyashenko, who is a world champion once again. Here is confirmation from the men's race that's finished a few moments ago. Mark Ahrens beating Igor Repchuk by just 2.7 seconds to gold. And Benjamin Davier missed 1 of 10 targets, and that penalty loop put him out of contention for the top medals. bronze for Davier. This is where Ihor Reptiuk put absolutely every ounce of energy that he had left into that final lap, but it wasn't quick enough to beat this man, Mark Ahrens. A second individual gold medal for Mark Ahrens at these World Championships, and Benjamin Davier was quick across the snow as ever, but one penalty loop had to leave him settling for bronze. So the spectators are still here in Finsterau. We've got 2 more races to come for you on this live stream today. It will be the men's and women's visually impaired races in about half an hour's time.
Bis heutigen Samstags werden wir hier Mark Ahrens vorbeikommen sehen, den wir ja nachher gleich bei der Flagge begrüßen dürfen. Ganz oben, Mark Ahrens. Mark, was a beautiful day for you.
Yeah, just had a little bit of recovery yesterday from the 20K, and then I came into this, just wanted to have a little bit of fun and see where it could end up.
Also hat heute richtig Spaß gehabt, gestern hat er sich gefreut, sagt er über den Day off sozusagen, über den Trainingstag, hat er sich ein bisschen recover, wie er schon sagt, also ein bisschen erholen und sich vorbereiten, und wir werden nachher gleich wieder sehen, bei der Flower-Präsentation wieder im Gold für Kanada, werden wir heute Abend noch einmal die kanadische Nationalhymne hören dürfen, wenn wir dann Mark Ahrens ganz oben sehen bei den Standings. Bei den Frauen, da ist es klar, da sehen wir wieder 3 ukrainische Flaggen heute Abend und wieder die Charterrakete der Saison Finsterau 2017. Da gibt es die ukrainische Nationalhymne heute erneut, und zwar für die Siegerin bei den Women, für Lyudmila Liaschenko. Das sind also die 3 Medaillen für die Ukraine. Die 3 Mädels werden wir jetzt gleich sehen bei den Flowers. Die bekommen dann ein Kuscheltier zum Mit nach Hause nehmen. Für die eine oder andere nicht das erste, unser Filou, unser Finsterauer Lux. Den bekommen die Medaillengewinner. Und ich habe vorhin noch gerade gehört, Sie können übrigens den Filou auch mit nach Hause nehmen, meine Damen und Herren. Den gibt es hier zum Kaufen. Aber es gibt nur noch ganz wenige, fast schon ausverkauft, unser Maskottchen hier. Es gibt leider nur noch die große Ausführung, die kostet 16 €, aber wenn Sie wollen, vielleicht ein Enkel das mit nach Hause bringen, heute aus Finsterau, dann gehe ich schnell hier in den Impfstall, dort stehen unsere Merchandise-Leute und verkaufen dort die letzten Filous. Wer sich also noch dieses Erinnerungsstück mitnehmen will, dort vorne können Sie übrigens besichtigen, die Filous. Dann haben Sie die Möglichkeit, sich einen mit nach Hause zu nehmen, einen Filou, vielleicht auch 2, solange der Vorrat reicht. Hier ist Dominik und Hans, die bereiten sich schon wieder vor auf die Flower Presentation. Geht gleich los in ein paar Minuten, wenn die Jury das Go gibt. Gleich die Flowers, und Sie können ja schon mal hochkommen, und in einer halben Stunde ungefähr bereiten wir uns vor für das nächste Rennen, die Visual Impaired, wo wir dann von der Lautstärke natürlich ein bisschen runtergehen müssen, denn sonst werden wir beeinträchtigt. Das nachher dann vom Prozedere her in ein paar Minuten.
World Paralympic Championships 2017, Biathlon und Skilanglauf. Unterstützt durch Nordic. Wir bewegen uns. 2017, Biathlon und Skilanglauf. Unterstützt durch junge Wohnprofessionen. Natürliche Massivkunstmittel, nachhaltig. World Paralympic Ski Championships 2017, Biathlon und Skilanglauf. Unterstützt durch Robert Ihr zuverlässiger Meisterbetrieb im Sprenglandbereich.
So, meine Damen und Herren, hier, ladies and gentlemen, please prepare, get ready, gleich die Flower Presentation für den dritten Wettbewerb des heutigen Samstags. Wir starten also gleich durch. Und this is the flower ceremony for Biathlon sprints, men standing. They are completed, please, ladies and gentlemen. Have an applause for our team medalists. You're there. these masters will be presented by Ski Apollo, head of classification of the World Paralympic Skiing. Let's start with the bronze medalist representing France, Benjamin Davier. Médaille de bronze pour Benjamin Davier de la France. This is the silver medalist representing the Ukraine, Mr. Igor Repchuk. Die Silbermedaille geht also an Igor Repchuk aus der Ukraine. Now, and finally, the gold medalist for the second world champion, representing Canada, Mr. Mark Irons. Seine zweite Goldmedaille für die insgesamt. Diesmal Gold in Biathlon. Next standing, Mark Irons aus Kanada. These are our three medalists. Benjamin Davier aus Frankreich, Igor Repchuk aus der Ukraine, Mark Irons aus Kanada. Thank you for this time. I will see you this evening at the winter ceremony. Sehen wir Sie wieder bei der Medaillengabe um 18 Uhr. Dann gibt es die sehr massiven Finsterau auf den Ketten. Die Silber, die Bronze und dann natürlich die Goldene. Wir machen uns schon Seite aus Gold. Now this is the next competition. Ladies, you can enter the stage. This is the ceremony for Paralympic Women standing. And you already have a lot of medals once again. The baskets will be presented again by Mr. And let's start with the bronze medalist, representing the Ukraine, Irina Boy. Once again, Irina from now the silver medalist, representing the Ukraine, Alexandra Kornilova. Now she's on the top. This is the gold medalist and world champion of Paralympic women standing, representing the Ukraine, Lyudmila Lyashenko. Reine Paralympic für die Ukraine. Bronze für Irina Boy, Silber für Alexandra Kornilova. Gold für Lyudmila Lyashenko. Einmal Ukraine. Thank you, ladies. See you this evening bei der Siegerehrung um 18 Uhr. Wir haben auch alle eure Fotos jetzt im Kasten. Danke fürs Dabeisein bei der blauen Präsentation. Wir stellen Kaffee und wir dann gleich wieder runter zum nächsten Wettbewerb. Jetzt unmittelbar bevorstehen. 2 haben wir heute noch. Um 13:15 Uhr geht's los mit dem visually impaired. Mit den Männern und den Jungen ab 13:15 Uhr. Das heißt, ja, knapp noch eine Viertelstunde, wird ein ganz schneller Kaffee. Und dann schauen wir uns die Startliste an und erklären Ihnen die Regularien, wie das ab bei den Visual Impaired. Da wird es dann von der Lautstärke ein bisschen Piano werden. Aber die Grundinformationen bekommen Sie natürlich mit. Gleich sehen wir uns wieder im Stadion bei den Visual Impaired.
World Paralympic Winter Championships 2017, Biathlon und Skilanglauf, unterstützt durch die Premium-Lösungen aus Kunststoff. World Nordic Ski Championships 2017, Biathlon und Skilanglauf. Unterstützt durch Heide, Fenster und Türen.
Start here in Finsterau, World Championships 2017. Let's continue. Next competition is men's sprint visually impaired. Schaut auf die Ortszeit 13:12. 3 times 30 for the first start is down from Kazakhstan is the Kamafi. Wir werden also das Rennen jetzt hier öffnen. 7,5 Kilometer. Biathlon Sprint auch hier. 2 Schießeinlagen. Natürlich ist es mal jetzt jeweils geeignet ist. Also Mr. Kamafi, get ready, Mr. Takamura from Japan. He's ready. Here he is. Then Mr. Lachesau from Belarus. Mr. Pachoki from the Ukraine. Und einer von hier, Sebastian Ogi aus Schweden, der Nummer 75 ist. Dann haben wir Jürgen Hollock aus, was ist das, mit der 76 und mit der 77 dann.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Finsterau. The World Paranordic Skiing Championships 2017 are into their penultimate day. And we've got 2 more sprint biathlons to bring you to round off today's competition. My name's Rob Hayes. I'll be lending my voice to the brilliant pictures that we can bring you here from the Bavarian Forest. It's a little bit grayer than we've been used to, but visibility around the course is good. No problems really with any fog. The odd small snow flurry, but nothing really to write home about. Round about 0 degrees, so round about freezing point here in Finsterau today. So conditions are pretty good after threatening to be a little bit tricky first thing this morning. The next race will start at 1:15, so in about 60 seconds or so. It's the men's visually impaired sprint biathlon. And this is the start list. It's quite a big field. Sebastian Modin's in there. He's winning medals in the cross country. Yuri Holub, debutant from Belarus, who's had a good championships so far. The further down the field we get, in theory, the stronger the competitors. Vasily Shaptsiboy at 37 years of age won the world title in the long distance visually impaired biathlon. Yuri Utkin was gold medalist in the middle distance biathlon. There's German interest in the women's race with Clara Klug going a little bit later on. Nico Messinger of Germany is in the men's race, the 22-year-old. Part of the relay team that finished 4th in the mixed relay. So as I'm sure you're aware by now, the athletes will start in 30-second intervals and will race against the clock. This is Kairat Kanafin of Kazakhstan. His guide Anton Zdanovic. And Kanafin begins the men's sprint. Visually impaired, 7.5 kilometers this race, 3 laps of the 2.5 kilometer course. 2 visits to the shooting range at the end of lap 1 and lap 2. This is Kazuto Takamura of Japan, 35 years of age. Desperate to get himself in contention for a place in PyeongChang next year at the Winter Paralympics. Teaches at a visually impaired school and is here to try and inspire his students. Doing a pretty good job of that. This is number 73, Mikita Latsusov. 20 years of age, major championship debut, got bronze with his Belarusian teammates in the mixed relay. His guide is Alexei Lukyanov. '74, Alexandra Makotin, another man appearing on the major international stage for the first time here in Finsterau. 15th of the 18 athletes in the cross-country sprint, 10th in the middle distance biathlon. Makotin. He's guided by Ivan Marchishak. This is Sebastian Modin, gold medalist, world champion in the cross-country sprint. His best finish in a sprint biathlon, 8th in Sochi, Modin. Number 76, Yuri Holub. Reached the semi-finals of the cross-country sprint, 4th in the long-distance cross-country. He's guided by Dmitry Budzilevich. So we know that Holub is quick. Number 77 is Nico Messinger of Germany. Guided by Christian Winker. Was 12th at the World Championships a couple of years ago in cable. Nico Messinger, still only 22. And no doubt he'll have been inspired by the performances of the likes of Martin Fleig, Anja Vicker, Clara Klug, Andrea Eskau. Good championships for the home nation Germany. This is Anthony Chalençon of France. And gold in the open relay with his teammates. He's guided by Simon Valverde. Best finish in the biathlon here was 5th in the middle distance on day 1, Chalençon. 79 is Alexander Kazik of Ukraine. Just outside the medals in the cross-country sprint. He's only 20, he's very quick. So you'd feel with Kazik to have any success in this race, it will all come down to how well he does in the shooting range. Only 2 visits, and we've already seen today how important one missed target could be. Benjamin Davier in the men's standing race had to settle for bronze after missing 1 target when he could have been contending for gold. That's at number 80, Dmytro Suyarko, also of Ukraine. Bronze medalist in the middle distance biathlon. That was his first ever major championships race, Suyarko. Just 20 years of age and one of a number of strong talents in the Ukrainian Para-Nordic skiing team. This is Vasily Shaptsiboy, guided by Mikhail Lebedzev. Bronze medalist in Sochi, Shaptsiboy, and at the World Championships in 2013. Silver at the World Championships in 2011. A world champion over the long distance biathlon here in Finsterau. The 37-year-old is still in fine form. Next to go, Yaroslav Reshetinsky of Ukraine. 6th in the long distance, 7th in the middle distance. 8th over this distance in cable 2 years ago. So Reshetinsky will be looking for something solid, if unspectacular. You'd imagine maybe top 6, top 7 for Reshetinsky. This is Anatoly Kovalevsky. Silver in both the middle distance and the long distance. Silver in this discipline at the last 2 World Championships. Has he got it in him today, Kovalevsky, to turn all of those silvers into golds? It's Nico Messinger just being led up one of the inclines on this 2.5 kilometer course. 84, Vitaly Lukianenko. Bronze in the long distance biathlon. He's the reigning Paralympic champion, opting to compete in this race without a guide, as is the prerogative of B3 athletes. B1 is the highest level of visual impairment. They have to compete with a guide. It's optional for a B3 athlete. Last to go, the world leader this season so far, Yuri Utkin. Gold in the middle distance biathlon, silver in the cross-country sprint, so he's good across all forms of Para-Nordic skiing. He's guided by Ruslan Parakoda. Just outside the medals at the last 3 major championships, Utkin over the biathlon sprint. 4th at the World Championships 2015, 4th in Sochi 2014, and 4th at the World Championships in 2013. Utkin will be desperate to medal. First few athletes are settling into the range. The first of 2 visits, remember, in this sprint, the short format biathlon. This is Mikita Ladsasov of Belarus. Five targets to hit, each one missed, incurs a penalty loop of 150 meters. The rifles for the visually impaired athletes are aimed using acoustic signals, so a series of beeps. The quicker the beeps get, the closer to the target you are. The higher the pitch becomes, the closer to the center of the target you are. It lights up red if it's been missed. It lights up green if it's been hit. Ladsasov missed the first one. Just taking his time with the second. And it's worth taking that time. It goes green. A few more seconds taken over each shot to make sure that you get it absolutely right is much, much better than surrendering the time lost on a 150-meter penalty loop. Ladsasov, though, is unsuccessful with the third. And also with the fourth, so 450 meters of penalty loop and counting for Ladsasov. Can he get the fifth green? He can't, so it's 4 penalty loops for Ladsasov. That will impact quite considerably on his calculated time. It's Nico Messinger of Germany coming in for his first visit to the shooting range. It's green and a good start for Messinger. Fires off the second one quickly too, and the third. This is really good from Nico Messinger. That's 4. Full house for Nico Messinger. The perfect start for the 22-year-old. He can embark on lap number 2, having incurred no penalties. It's Kairat Kanafin of Kazakhstan, and this is Yaroslav Reshetinsky of Ukraine. Just over 5 minutes out on the course. Still a short while before he makes his way around to the shooting range. Going through the climb there is Kovalevsky. Would love to go one better than the 2 biathlon silvers he's already picked up here in Finsterau. Reshetinsky into the shooting range. Just leaving it is number 81, Vasily Shaptsiboy. Reshetinsky being pointed into his particular trap by one of the officials. Sixth in the long distance biathlon. Reshetinsky's best display so far. Missed the first target, but rediscovered it in number 2 and 3. Off target with 4. But it's 3 from 5 for Reshetinsky. So 300 meters worth of penalty loop for him before he can start lap number 2. That's Vitaly Lukinenko, the only man in this field not skiing with a guide. There, 79 is Alexander Kazik. 81, Vasily Shaptsiboy. Both completing their penalty loops, and away they go for lap number 2. And once all, or maybe the majority of the athletes have been through the first lap, we'll give you an update as to who is where. Next into the range is Yuri Utkin. The best in the world this season. The World Cup points leader in biathlon. Extremely close to the medals in this event at the last 3 major championships. Started well here, Utkin. But he had a couple of blips in the middle there, so 3 from 5 for Utkin. That could do a bit of damage to his medal contention. He's got to ski an extra 300 meters. And there he goes, around the penalty loop. In the infield, really, of the ski stadion, the spectators can stand either side of the penalty loop, so they can see the penalty loop, you can see the finish line, and they can also see the range. The women's visually impaired sprint biathlon is underway. 91 there is Natalia Rubanovska. Also going in this is Clara Klug of Germany. Has medalled a couple of times here in Finsterau already. 93 is Olga Prelutska, gold medalist in the middle distance biathlon, and the world leader Oksana Shishkova, who got gold in the long distance biathlon. So 4 athletes in the women's visually impaired sprint biathlon. That race is underway as well. 6 kilometers in the women's race, 3 2-kilometer laps. Picking back up in the men's race with Kazuto Takamura of Japan. And there is Natalia Rubanovska of Ukraine. She's finished 4 of the 4 athletes that are in this race in both the middle and the long distance. She'd love to do enough to overtake one of them over the sprint distance and get herself on the podium. Vasily Shapsyaboy has tasted success here in Finsterau. He's been a multiple medalist in this distance so far. So this is how it looks after the first round. Anthony Chalençon of France going very well. He leads after the first split from Lukyanenko and Kovalevsky, who are very close behind him. Nico Messinger of Germany currently in 4th place, ahead of that man we just saw, Vasily Shapsyaboy. Yuri Utkin way down the standings in 8th place after the first lap. That's Prelutska of Ukraine. He's not medalled in this event before. 5th 2 years ago in Cable. 4th 4 years ago in Sweden. Has got 2 bronze medals and a world title here in Finsterau, Prelutska. Prelutska makes her way into the shooting range as we cut back to the men's race. Mikita Latsasov wearing 73, and number 75 is Sebastian Modin of Sweden. World champion in the cross-country sprint, Sebastian Modin. He's very quick. There, wearing 92, is Clara Klug of Germany. She's just being guided into the range by her guide, Martin Hartl. 2 silvers and a bronze here on home snow for Clara Klug. Just behind her, Oksana Shishkova is up and away. See how Clara Klug gets on. Green light for the first, green light for the second. This is good from Clara Klug. 4 from 4. It's 5 from 5. Excellent shooting by Clara Klug. She is cleanly away for her next lap. Clara Klug, the only B1 athlete in this women's visually impaired sprint. The other 3 competitors are B2 athletes, so their times will be calculated at 99% of their real time. Clara Klug's at 88%, so we do expect her to cross the line after all of the other 3 competitors. Remember that her factor time based on her level of impairment is 88% of her real time. Takamura of Japan now making his way into the shooting range. The penalty loop is rather full. Shishkova in the women's race there. Kanafin in the men's, and Rubanovska in the women's race as well. That's Lukinenko in 5th place after the first lap. Lukinenko into the range for his second round comes Suiarko. There is Klug wearing 92 and Prolutska wearing 93. Bring you the split times from the women's race when we have them. Lukinenko is the next man to approach the range. In he comes. So Lukinenko occupied 2nd place at the first split. Could do with another clean round now to stay right in the hunt for a medal. Lighting up for Lukinenko. All 5 are green. Off he goes. The 38-year-old, the reigning Paralympic champion. Next in is Yuri Utkin. 2 penalties in the first visit to the shooting range saw him drop down to 8th at the first split time. Way down from where he'd expect to be. Having proven that he's brilliant in the biathlon, winning gold in the middle distance, and he's quick across the snow as well, winning silver in the cross-country sprint. Yuri Utkin needs to get 5 out of 5 here if he's to have any chance of recovering this race. He's going the right way about it. One more from Yuri Utkin, and it's a full house, and away he goes. Yeah, 5 from 5, Utkin. Work to do, though. 2.5 more kilometres for the 26-year-old. And his guide, Ruslan Parakoda. There's a man that's going very well indeed, Vasily Shaptsiboy. This is the state of play in the women's race after the first lap. Germany's Clara Klug out in front, 29.7 seconds ahead of Olga Prolutska. Oksana Shishkova occupies 3rd place. Clara Klug of Germany. She's won a silver and a bronze so far. There's Shishkova, who's had a hat-trick of silvers and 1 gold. Must have made some errors in her first round in the shooting range, Shishkova. There's Reshetinsky wearing 82, and behind him, Anthony Chalençon of France. Reshetinsky in 5th, Chalençon in 4th at the second split time. Nikita Latsasov comes through, and there in the background, 75, Sebastian Modin. 10th place. Going into the final lap, Modin and his guide Johannes Andersen. There you see the microphone attached to Johannes Andersen there, communicating in the ears of Sebastian Modin. This is Nico Messinger of Germany. Doing pretty well. 7th place at the second split. He was 4th after the first one. He went off very quickly. We are starting to get our first finishers. That was Yuri Holub of Belarus, down on his knees. There's Clara Klug, the current leader of the women's visually impaired sprint race after the first split. She would be a tremendously popular world champion if she can keep up the pace around the course. If she can shoot 5 from 5 again in her second visit to the range. There she is, just holding on to the left pole of her guide, Martin Hartl. Next to finish in the men's race is Alexander Makotin. Here again is Clara Klug. Shortly to take on her second set of 5 targets. Was perfect so far. Leads this women's sprint race by 29.7 seconds. Clara Klug can shoot clean again, she will be one giant step closer to a world title. It's all about how you handle the physical exertion that 4 kilometers of skiing will have brought. Settling the heart rate, settling the breathing, but also coping with the pressure of knowing that you're going extremely well in this World Championship final. It's 3 from 3 for Klug. 2 more green lights, 1 more green light. Away goes Clara Klug. It's 5 from 5 again. There you see all 5 of them lit up green. It's 10 from 10. It's all about the last lap now for Clara Klug. 2 kilometers in which to keep that 29.7 second lead ahead of Prelutska. More finishers in the men's race. Ladsasov and Chalençon crossing the line. And there coming through is number 84, Vitaly Lukyanenko. In bronze medal position at the 5 kilometer checkpoint. Next in Sebastian Modin of Sweden. Another solid display from him. Won't be troubling the medal position, Sebastian Modin, but he's picked up a couple in the cross country already. Next through is Yuri Utkin, who has not had the best race by his very high standards. Struggled after 2 penalties in the first round of shooting. 79, Alexander Kazik went pretty well, the 20-year-old Ukrainian. Pretty sure that'll be Kazik's best finish at these World Championships. There is just a bit of a delay in confirming the official timings. As soon as we have them, we will, of course, give you that information. That's Takamura. Won a couple of titles at the Asia Cup in PyeongChang last year in cross-country sprint and middle distances. Very inspirational figure, Takamura, and that's exactly what he aims to be for his students, his pupils, the School for Visually Impaired Children back home in Japan. His guide, Yuhei Fujita. Takamura coming into finish now. His first major championships, using this as a stepping stone for PyeongChang. There is Clara Klug of Germany. Having the perfect race so far. Prelutska was closest to her at the first split, but close is the wrong word to use, perhaps. 29.7 seconds there was in it. As I say, we are just awaiting the timings to refresh themselves from both the men's race and the women's race. As soon as we have any further information for you, we will bring you that. This is Shishkova, who was down in 3rd place after the first split. She's had to play second fiddle in the cross-country disciplines to Karina Edlinger of Austria. She won the long distance biathlon, Shishkova. She did come here promising that she'd get a gold for Ukraine. She has done that in the long distance biathlon. She was a triple bronze medalist in Sochi and has won 9 World Cup races this season, but has just been pipped to the post by some very talented athletes in 3 of the 4 races she's competed in here in Finsterau. So in comes Shishkova to finish her race. Has she been able to do enough to recover any of the time that she lost in the struggles in the early stages of this race, in the first round in the shooting range? I think she'll have finished ahead of Rubanovska, but I don't know if she'll have done enough to finish ahead of Olga Prelutska. And has Prelutska done enough to finish ahead of Clara Klug, who has shot 10 from 10 in the range? There she is, climbing the ascent because I don't think Prelutska will have been able to do enough to displace this lady, Clara Klug. As I say, we are just having a few technical difficulties here in getting the timings through. But it wouldn't be so much fun if you knew straight away. We're keeping you in suspense. Clara Klug comes into the finishing straight here at the Ski Stadion Finsterau to a rousing reception. The sidelines are packed to welcome home their home athlete, Clara Klug. Without official confirmation, I can't say, but Clara Klug has put in some shift. I would be amazed if that wasn't good enough for gold. She's a very smiley character anyway, Clara Klug. And maybe a hint of a grimace in there as well, because the sprint is a brutal discipline. 6 kilometers of explosive skiing, all whilst trying to focus yourself and steady yourself for 2 crucial visits to the shooting range. Both of those were perfect for Clara Klug. Promise you, I am constantly hitting refresh on my timing screen. Just struggling to get the information through for you. We will bring it as soon as we can to confirm 2 more world champions. This is Natalia Rubanovska. This will serve as good experience for her, her major championships debut. She's a nurse by day. Lada Nesterenko, her guide, just holding out her right pole for Rubanovska to hold on to. I think Rubanovska will finish 4th of 4. As she has done in the middle distance and the long distance biathlon, which have both also been contested by the 4 athletes that we've seen today. Coming around into the home straight now, Natalia Rubanovska. She'll be the last of the athletes to finish on the penultimate day of action here at the 2017 World Para-Nordic Skiing Championships. Rubanovska crosses the line. There's Clara Klug, and I would suggest by the fact that the cameras are right up near her, she's jumping up and down, there's a lot of whooping. I also think that she's a world champion. I can't make that declaration until we've had the official results appear on the screen. There is just a delay in getting those for you. We are working on it. We will get them to you as quickly as we can. But I am of the opinion that Clara Klug is a world champion at the age of 22. Still awaiting official confirmation from the men's race as well. Kovalevsky, Shatsiboy, Lukinenko, Charlesson and Reshetinsky were all in the mix for medals there. That is Clara Klug, and that is Martin Hartl. She'd amassed a 29.7 second lead after the first lap. Unfortunately, we haven't had any update on the timings since then, but she shot clean in the second round in the range. She looked pretty steady timing-wise around the 2-kilometre course. All of which would point towards a gold medal for Clara Klug. As would this crowd of attention right in front of my commentary box here at the Ski Stadion Finsterau. Fabulous facility that has witnessed a lot of world-class action and high tension and drama throughout all of the World Championship finals that we've had. Still got another day of competition to come tomorrow. We've still got a few results to confirm for you today. Apologies for the delay. I know that if you're watching at home, you'll want confirmation as soon as we can get it. Trust me, we want that too. A couple of technical gremlins creeping in. I don't know, maybe it's the weather. Snow has just started to flutter down in front of my commentary box. Tell you what, the tension of waiting for these results to come through is palpable. Clara Klug is being interviewed by German television. I'm pretty certain that she's a medalist. I'm also pretty certain that it's gold. Many people gathering to try and see Clara Klug, the German flag fluttering in the light breeze here. The question is, will it be in the centre behind the #1 spot of the podium? The final results are finally in. Gold for Kovalevsky in the men's visually impaired race, 46.9 seconds ahead of Anthony Chalençon, who had a very good last lap to get himself up into silver ahead of Vitaly Lukyanenko. So the reigning Paralympic champion Lukyanenko has to settle for bronze, just ahead of Yuri Utkin, who did really well after a damaging first round in the range to get himself back up to 4th and just outside the medals. So that is official confirmation that Kovalevsky is the world champion. And this is what happened in the women's visually impaired race. So Oksana Shishkova has pulled out a world-class final lap. There you see she suffered 3 penalties in the shooting range, but has done enough to finish ahead of Clara Klug. So Shishkova is once again a world champion after winning the long distance biathlon. It's another brilliant silver medal for Clara Klug to add to her silver in the long distance and the bronze in the middle distance. And the bronze medal in this sprint biathlon went to Olga Prelutska of Ukraine. But that is something special from Shishkova. Clara Klug did all she could, shooting completely clean, the only woman in that field to do so. Silver once again for Klug. So there she was, starting her race a bit earlier on this afternoon, pursued by this lady, Oksana Shishkova, who's had to settle for silver in 3 of the races she's competed in. Klug was super sharp this afternoon, 10 from 10. Did all she could in the shooting range. But ultimately, the pace around the course of Shishkova was enough. Lukyanenko, wearing 84, was the bronze medalist in the men's competition. Some more dark clouds and a bit of fog rolling in here over the Bavarian forest. We've got flower ceremonies for 4 races to come for you very soon on this live stream, so do stay with us for that. Lots of photo opportunities for the home supporters with Clara Klug. And here is one of the flower ceremonies from earlier on from the men's standing sprint. Thumbs up from Mark Ahrens in the middle there. Once again, a world champion. One arm aloft, the fist clenched from Mark Ahrens. It's his second world title here in Finsterau. World champion in 2013. Silver in Sochi in 2014. Bronze then went to Benjamin Davier. Still looks pretty pleased, but he could have been much closer to gold had he shot 10 out of 10 instead of 9 out of 10. He's on the podium once again, though. Gold in the long distance biathlon, silver in the middle distance biathlon. And as the distances get shorter, the medals change colour for Benjamin Davier. He's the sprint bronze medalist, receives his mascot, Filu the Lynx. Silver for Ihor Reptyuk of Ukraine. 22-year-old gold medalist in the cross-country sprint. We knew he'd be quick. Silver medalist after finishing 6th 2 years ago. Good improvement from Reptyuk. But he can hardly suppress his smile, this man in the middle. Mark Ahrens is a world champion once again. Look what it means to him. The smile says it all. Silver in the long distance biathlon, but gold in the middle and the sprint. Two-time world champion in 2017, Mark Ahrens. Silver then for Reptyuk. And it was bronze for Benjamin Davier of France. Good race, that one. Ahrens was just 2.7 seconds ahead of Reptyuk. This is the top three from the women's race. So Ukraine 1, 2, 3, 4. Once again, Lyudmila Lyashenko stands in the middle. On the left, wearing 61, Alexandra Kononova, that was the defending world champion. Came here to defend all three cross-country and all three biathlon titles, but Lyashenko pinched another one from her. The bronze went to Irina Bui. Her third bronze of these world championships. Got one in the cross-country sprint and in the long-distance biathlon. Just 21, Irina Bui. Good display to beat compatriots Bogdana Konashuk and Botenkova and Eureka Abbey to bronze. Silver for Kononova. She's defended her middle distance biathlon gold and her long distance cross country gold, but has to settle for silver behind Lyudmila Lyashenko. Was silver medalist in all of the individual events behind Kononova 2 years ago. 2 years on, she's been working extremely hard and gets another world title. Gold in the cross-country sprint, gold in the long distance biathlon, gold in the mixed relay, and now gold in the sprint biathlon for Lyudmila Lyashenko. So more flower ceremonies to come for you very shortly from the final two races of today, the men's and women's visually impaired sprint biathlons. Coming up shortly.
Championships 2017, Biathlon und Skilanglauf. Unterstützt durch Nordic, Ihr zuverlässiger Meisterbetrieb im Schwellenlandkreis.
Was hat noch gefehlt? Danke. I am the one. Wieder was geschafft.
Ja, Gott sei Dank.
Ja, ja. Hat jetzt auch ein bisschen gelangt, ne? Sollte ich noch eine Frage haben, weiß ich, da muss ich noch weiter. Okay.
Nordic Championships 2017, Biathlon und Skilanglauf. Unterstützt
Den drauf
durch
Ja, so hin. Das kommt noch nicht noch vor. So viele da habe ich die Wissen von nicht ausbringen können.
Meine Damen und Herren, wir brauchen noch ein paar Minütchen, wir haben noch ein paar Zeiten, die jetzt fehlen. Und bis die nicht eingepflegt sind, können wir offiziell nichts machen hier. Also wir machen noch das Go seitens der Jury. Dauert noch 5 bis 10 Minuten. Dann geht es hier los mit der Flower-Präsentation. We're going to start in about 10 minutes.
Welcome back to the Ski Stadion Finsterau, the home of the 2017 World Para-Nordic Skiing Championships. We've had all the action on the penultimate day of these World Championships. Time for a few more victory ceremonies. starting with the men's visually impaired sprint biathlon, which was won by the man in the middle, Anatoly Kovalevsky. Silver at the last two World Championships, but this time it is gold for the 26-year-old. The second world title of his career. Silver in the long distance and the middle distance biathlon here in Finsterau. He gets a pat on the back from his guide, Alexander Mukshin, because he can now stand there as a world champion. Vasily Chapseboy of Belarus on the podium, as is Anthony Chalençon of France.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the next flower ceremony start for Biathlon sprint men visually impaired. Please welcome our medalists.
We're on the penultimate day, and I still enjoy the fact that we call it a flower ceremony, even though there is not a flower in sight. It's the mascot ceremony, really. You get a cuddly toy. More durable and longer lasting than a bunch of flowers, I reckon.
Gonna start with the bronze medalist, representing France, Anthony Chalençon and the guys, Simon Valverde.
So it was bronze for Anthony Chalençon of France and his guide Simon Valverde. Chalençon, a gold medalist in the open relay alongside Benjamin Davier and Thomas Clarion. What an improvement that is for Chalençon. 13th at the World Championships 2 years ago. Now a bronze medalist. Silver for Vasily Chapseboy, who won gold in the long distance biathlon. At the age of 37, he's once again on the podium in a World Championship final. This time his guide was Mikhail Lebedzev.
And
The gold medalist, the world champion. His first world title for 6 years. Anatoly Kovalevsky and his guide Alexander Mukshin. Just under 20 seconds ahead of Chapseboy. Mukshin only incurred one penalty in the shooting range, and that smile is on the face of a world champion, Anatoly Kovalevsky. The athletes piling into the picture at the front. Mukshin's enjoying this. Kovalevsky's guide. These mascots are very playful, especially in the right hands. Gold then for Kovalevsky, silver for Chapseboy, and bronze for Anthony Chalençon. It's official training now this afternoon. Now the competition is finished for tomorrow's final round of competition in the middle distance cross country, as we move swiftly on to our next flower ceremony. It's in the women's visually impaired sprint biathlon.
let's start with the bronze medalist, representing
It was bronze for Olga Prolutska of Ukraine. Third bronze medal of these World Championships in the long distance biathlon and the long distance cross country. She's the world champion in middle distance biathlon. There she is, up there on the podium again. Huge cheers for the silver medalist, Clara Klug of Germany. Lives just down the road in Munich. Had never medalled at a major championships before these World Championships in Finsterau. It's her second silver. She also got a bronze. So it's a trio of medals for Clara Klug. But Oksana Shishkova was too quick in the latter stages of the race. Despite Clara Klug shooting clean, Shishkova was quicker across the snow and recovered from 3 penalty loops after the first round in the shooting range to get herself into pole position. And Oksana Shishkova gets her 2nd world title of these games. Filu, the lynx, the official mascot, is popping up everywhere. Great to see everybody enjoying their moment there in this flower ceremony. Gold and world champion Shishkova, silver for Clara Klug, and bronze for Olga Prelutska. So there you see, that's what we've got left coming up for you from the 2017 World Paranordic Skiing Championships. The victory ceremony, where the athletes will get all the medals from today, we'll bring to you live on this live stream at 6 o'clock Central European time this evening. And then the final lot of competition starts tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. It's the cross-country middle distance. So do join us at 6 for the victory ceremony. And if you can't do so, make sure you don't miss any of the action by joining us just before 10 o'clock Central European time tomorrow morning. Very good afternoon from Finsterau, the World Paranordic